Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. How is it going? Hope you're all having an awesome day or night, depending on where you're at in the world. Uh, I gotta admit, it has been a hell of a long week, and I have really been looking forward to this. So as some of you may know, brand new at learning C Sharp code, brand new at Unity, and we are gonna try and make something happen here tonight. I don't know what we're gonna have happen, but yeah, we're gonna make it happen. Yeah, hello, gaming. How's it going? Welcome. Hope you've had an awesome Friday. Yeah. So I have two full throttles with me, so that should be an indication of how tired I am. So I am going to really be questioning the quality of code, but one problem at a time. At least that's the idea I'm going with for right now. Let me just finish updating the YouTube side of things because I am typically terrible about actually or fixing that. I think we're good now. So sweet. Oh, I need to pull one more thing in before we get going. Boop. Pick that. Get that, and there we go. And pop that out. Grab that URL. Hop in and update doc. Fantastic. We are now updated, good to go on all the backend stuff. Oh, thank you. I spent a while trying to find a sound effect that like kind of did exactly what I wanted to for that. And thank you, Epidemic Sounds, for having one that fit the bill perfectly. So there's actually a couple other sound effects I really want to get, like a cat hiss and that kind of thing. But I need well, to be honest, I need a bigger Stream Deck. I really need to reorganize my Stream Deck and actually get my sound effects where I want them, and still put the functions I need on each page with the sound effects, which is, yeah, you can imagine that's a little with a small 3x5. That's kind of a tall order. But yep, we are going to go ahead and dive into this here, and I'm going to show you what I've got so far, which is pretty amazing that I've even managed to get this much working. Uh, Now, granted, this is far from perfect. I've still got a lot of work to do here, but uh, oh, they're about to disappear. Crap! Ah, got him. I think, kind of, sort of, maybe. Oh, oh, my target dummy. The one of the things I did do earlier, game components, score manager. Um, come on, let my target reappear, and yep, my score is going up. So I've actually killed 12 enemies so far. And I programmed that in earlier today, believe it or not. And I didn't have to copy over the example code because my code actually worked on its own merits. So I'm pretty proud of that. Yeah. Granted, the animation doesn't sync up, but I'll deal with that part later. That's semantics. I want for function over form at this at the current moment. But my goal eventually. And why not? I'll go down to the pit. Okay, I got to fix my gravity, but yeah, I'm kind of screwed there. But yeah, that's what I've been working on so far. I'm pretty proud of it, and my entire goal with this is to take what I learned here and then go back to my VR cafe and just completely rework that from the ground up. Because frankly, well, it sucks. It's literally cobbled together assets, no actual function whatsoever, except for like one thing, which is an imported asset in its own right. So someone else actually made that asset, so that's the only reason it's working. Everything else I cobbled together, and yeah, I need to go back to the drawing board. But we're gonna work on this course tonight, and what we are doing now, since we have our health system, we have our players in the game, which there's actually a spawn point here, and I have a target spawning here. This guy was just there for troubleshooting purposes. So he's literally just a stationary target. But everything else is actual theoretically going to be part of the game. I don't know how to open the doors yet, but I'm going to work on that. Actually, let me look at that. There is a mesh collider with that. It's trigger, but yeah, I'm not going to mess with any of that. Okay. So, all right. So let me get caught up where we are in the book here. So we are going to be creating game modes. So, simulate objects. Oh, I love this tooltip here. To be honest, preparing code to adapt seamlessly to changes is almost impossible. There's no way to have code that takes into account every possible case. And we will always need to rewrite code sooner or later. Oh. Oh, I just heard a severe weather alert on the TV in the other room. I'm really hoping there's not bad weather coming my way. I'm gonna cut the stream short if that's the case, so I hope it's not. But okay, so what we're gonna be doing for this part is defining a win-lose or scenario. Okie dokie. What do we gotta do here? Say not necessarily the industry standard, but he calls it a game mode. I think that's pretty fair. So you will constantly check the info in the objects and other information, see if conditions are met. Okay, and create different levels with different game modes. Just another game mode script. Okay, so we'll definitely be diving into C# tonight. Okie dokie. Let's see, what do we need to do? One, create an empty game mode object. Okay, so we'll collapse that, and for my organization and my sanity, we're going to put it here. Game mode. All right, so we have our empty object, and in this we'll add another empty over that. Waves. Game mode. Let me make sure I got that right. Game mode, empty object. I misinterpreted the assignment. Let's see. Game mode. Actually, because I want to do, even though the book's having me do it a different way, I'm doing it this way. But it's the same task. C# script. Waves. Game mode. Alrighty. It is making the basic script, which has already pre-filled some of it. Okie dokie. Actually, I may want to share my full monitor for this. Maybe make it a little easier. Oh, hold on. Let me rework how I'm doing this because let's see. Turn off window capture and turn on display. Whoa, what the heck happened to display? Let me fix that so we can actually show C# on here as well. I probably should get a bigger monitor for, not bigger, but a bigger canvas for this. Okay, so there's our main screen, and we are going to edit this wave script. It's Waves Manager, Waves Game Mode. There we go. My cursor is up there. Visual Studio is... Come on, don't pop up on the other screen, Visual Studio. As soon as it loads, I'll... actually gonna close that so I don't accidentally dock my GitHub account, even though it's only a free one. Okay, so we have our C# script here. Let me know if I need to make it any bigger or smaller so it can more easily be read. All right, so we have our empty one. We have our blank script here. Let's see. We're going to be using the update function. But first, before we do void update. We're actually using these brackets. Serialize field life player life. Oh god, I cannot type. E colon. We'll get rid of the note here, though probably should get in the practice of using notes. But so we're using void update, and we're putting in some if statements. If enemy manager dot instance enemies count is less than or equal to a value of 0. Oh, I was hitting the caps lock. That's why that wasn't going right. Oh, I've never seen a double ampersands in code before. Waves. Instance dot waves dot count less than or equal to 0. Scene. Oh. Scene manager. Load. Scene. You win. Well, that's a fairly straightforward title for that. It works though. Scene manager, load scene, win, close, opening another if. How can I take that? Oh, there it is. Player life equal to is less than or equal to 0. Scene manager dot load scene. You lose colon. Huh. These are about as straightforward as it gets, to be perfectly honest. But alrighty, so we close our functions. And close that function to complete the code. I don't think we're using void start, but we're gonna not kill off that function just yet. Play test game and see if whether you have killed all enemies in waves. Did we make the scenes yet? I don't think we made the scenes yet. Nope, we have not made those scenes yet. So I think it's gonna error out when we do this, but it's that's what it's having us do is test these. But first, let's swap back over to Unity. Let's see. So I got all my stuff over there on the side, and first, save the code. and go back to Unity and let it compile. And there is the error. Compiler errors must be fixed. Had a feeling that was going to be the case. Oh, I skipped ahead. Derp. Did I actually? Okay, it actually didn't have us make win seeds or loot seeds. So, create empty condition scenes and attach nothing to it. That's going to be our holder object. So file, new scene. It's time to replace the messages with something more interesting. I get the feeling I screwed something up here. I think I should have said print and not load scene. Oh, let's see. Case game mode. Yeah, I think the book mishandled this one and had us do something with the code that we were not ready for just yet. Uh, okay, so file, new scene, call it windscreen. We're just gonna take it empty. Uh, so hold on. Uh, so let's go to file, new scene, and it's not saying which one to pick. We'll go with that one and save. Did I screw up? Okay, phew. Okay, I didn't lose all my hard work. I was about to have a panic attack there. I ain't even gonna lie. Okay, so um, a project scenes. Untitled. Let's go ahead and a course scene, sample scene. Uh, uh, save. Uh, um, and move that scene. Let's see. File. See. Let's save just the scene here. But anyway, so we need 3. Let's see. Can we save scene? Yeah, I want to move this off screen so you don't see my entire file structure. Because that might be a little doxable, and I don't really want to do that to myself. Okay, so we are saving that in assets and scenes. So we're in assets, scenes, and we're going to save this one as the win screen. And we're going to save scene as it's a blank template. Let me move that back over. Scene. Screen is what they're calling that. Okay. Let's see. Screen, windscreen, course scene. I think I might want to rename that, but I'm not going to worry about it for the moment. Okay. So, first we are on. Go ahead and remove that scene. We're going to work just on the windscreen here. Okay, so, all right. So we added the new scene. So add something into it that so that we know. Let's see. We're gonna put a cube in it for now. And where is our camera? Oh, our main camera is not pointing at the cube. Ooh, that is quite a ways away. How does that look? Oh, it is still significantly away from the cube. Right. And actually, well, whoa. Let's see, can we escape out of that? Oh, sorry about that. Let's see. So that is okay. So the win will be square, and we'll save that. Actually, we'll do that in C, Control V. And this is what the book is saying to do. So lose screen. All right, and now we're gonna change that for a sphere and get rid of the cube. Okay, so now we have our basic things according to the course. Let's go ahead and save. Save scene. All right, so we got our 2. And go to the file, build settings. Scenes in build. Where is that? Okay, so go ahead and move that scene. Now let's go back to the build settings. Oh, already. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to look. File, build settings. Scenes in build. I don't know why that's there, but we're gonna uncheck that. Already, and that adds them all to our thing. And Unity Engine scene management. We got to add that in. Unity Engine dot scene. Scene management. There we go. And save that. Come back to Unity. And all right, cool. So now theoretically, oh, I have errors. Okay, what are my errors? Let's see. Okay, let's see, and that's going to be at 1813 and 2413. Oh, I did. Okay, so it's syntax errors I'm seeing here. So enemy is fixed. And I believe that one is what's got to get fixed next. Well, let's go back to Unity and let it tell us. 2413. See line 2413. If player life. Ah, that's what I forgot. Dot. I thought I heard something. Uh, I think that may be fixed and let that enemy minute. It's saying enemy manager does not exist. I think it's crazy. Um, oh, I think I needed something different. Enemy enemies manager. Let's see if that resolves this little quirk in the code here. Oh, thanks, Streamels. We've only been live for about a little over a half hour. You just now updated? Wow. All right, we can clear that and let's enter play mode and give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I don't think we defined our win conditions, but so it's working, but the win conditions aren't working. Let's see. Let me unload or move that scene, unload and move. So I really want to see how that looks in terms of level structure. Um, so I don't know if that is going to change scenes or not, but I don't know if we defined a win condition. I think that's going to be our problem here. But it's not. What the frick? I found my first glitch. That was not intended. Okay, let's see if to figure out what I fell through here. Oh, that's what I fell through. Okay. I just have to be very, very careful here, from here on out. But yeah, I don't think we defined a win condition, to be honest. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, we did define it, they just didn't work. So let's go back and look at our, see what they call it, the wave game mode. Let's take a look at the script here. And clean my glasses first. Okay, that's better. All right, so obviously we don't have something right here. So okay, they have the same screenshot for both of these. Interesting. I think we can get rid of those two namespaces, so we get rid of that. And Unity engine scene management class game mode model behavior. Public class, Waves game mode. We can actually get rid of that. Serialized life player life void update. Open bracket. If enemies in instance enemies that count less than 0 and waves manager instance count less than 0. Oh, so I would never win because of my target spawner. Um, let's see, load scene when green and lose screen. I forgot to update that code. Okay, updated back to the shoot a game. Now let's try that again, and we might be able to actually eliminate all the enemies this time. Let's see. Will they? They're all going to destroy themselves regardless because they're colliding. Okay. The win condition did not populate. I think that's because of this guy. So let's try that again. This time, enemies actually. Uh, this whole group here, we are going to unload. That we're not going to unload and get rid of the basic target dummy. Yep, get rid of our target dummy spawner. Wave spawner. And the enemy prefab. Okay, let's see if all our codes working together as intended here. Let's see, they should be spawning. Yep, there they go. And that's it. What the? Colliding with an empty game object that has no actual form, and they're not loading. So what did we do? What did we do wrong here? Let's figure this out. Let's see. File, build settings. Uh, let's see. Do I actually have to have those added in? And just hidden? Hmm. Let's see. Win screen and blue screen. Okay, so they're hidden now, so they shouldn't come into play here, but they did. What the frick? Okay, so we'll unload the scenes. And if they're not loaded, they should load in on trigger, if I'm guessing right. Oop. Oh, there. Oh, that glitch is right there. Ah, I might have to fix that glitch before we do any more troubleshooting here. Is it? It's occurring small gap like right here. Oh, you can kind of see it too. But it's oh, there's floor underneath the rest of it, just not there. Ah, okay, the wind conditions are just not populating. Hmm. Let's look at those wind conditions. Maybe it's the wave count. The enemies manager. Let's look at enemies manager. That might be the problem too. Let's see. Enemies manager. With the enemies managing script. Wait a minute. Did I ever finish that code? Let's back up a little bit and look. I'm not doing the visual scripting. So public list enemies using system collections generic using Unity engine. So public class. Enemies manager. Oh, it's the waves manager that I need to look at. Okay, so bring that up. Okay, so that is the enemies manager. Okay, I'm reasonably sure I did not put this in the right spot. Okay, so oh, the enemy script on the prefab. Okay. Let's see. What's the enemy script that we need to look at? Okay, so that should read public class enemy. Which it does. Void start. Enemies manager dot instance dot enemies dot add this. The syntax is correct. On destroy, just remove this. And okay, so I want to make sure that that is working as it's intended. So let's see. Since that is All right, we're gonna make sure that this is working properly. I get the feeling it may not be. Okay, so it's registering on enemies manager. So we know that's functioning. The waves manager. Let's see. It's the wave spawner, but already, and that's the wave manager. So let's make sure that that is functioning. So let's see. So wave spawner, wave spawner. It wave spawner is not. Well, let's read the code on that. Is that if there are no more prefabs being spawned. So wait. Oh, I think this is where I screwed up earlier. I forgot to update this script. Okay, let's make sure it's correct. So public class wave spawner. Yep, we're correct so far. Game object prefab, start time, end time, spawn rate, private void start, wave manager, invoke repeating, invoke in spawner. Ah, invoke in spawner, void spawn, instantiate prefab, transform. Yep, we're good there. Void in spawner, waves manager, instance waves, remove this, cancel invoke. Is it? Is it? Oh, we're okay. We're gonna uh, add a custom endpoint to this. Okie dokie. Let's see. What are we bringing? Cancel specified wave in timer. We'll call a custom function called inSpawner, which will call cancel invoke to stop the spawner. Invoke repeating, but also will call the remove from the waves manager list function. Okay, so I forgot to update that code. That is why it was not functioning. Dope. Yeah, see, this is why we're in class for this, so we learn. But now that we know, and we got no errors. Sweet. Let's give it a whirl. As we know that this is going to end regardless because we're going to smash into a wall. Just want to help make this a little bit quicker, right? Okay, so if we look at Way Manager, the list is empty. Hey, cool. So we've met our win conditions, but nothing is occurring. which to me suggests we move on to the next part. And we're not worried about the C visual scripting. Okay, so okay, now this is where we started off at and where I screwed up initially, at least where I thought I did. All right, so create a new scene, call it windscreen, and we added a square, and double click the loose screen and did the same thing. And explicitly declare all scenes that must be included in the game. Test scenes or scenes that you don't want to release yet, so that's why you need to do this. In our case, we have a win-lose, and we've created so far with the game scenario. Call it a game, drag the scenes from the project window to the list of the build settings. Okay, so we don't actually need those. We'll remove those. And file build settings. The remove that one, and we have blue screen, windscreen, and course screen. Okay. In waste mode, add using statement dot. Okay, since we're done there, it looks like back to the script. So waves game mode. We need to add Unity Engine Scene Management, which we have there at the top in the namespace. Public class waves game mode, mono behavior, serialized field, the syntax is right, life player life, void update if enemies manager.instance.enemies.count is less than or equal to 0 and waves manager.instance.wave count is less than or equal to 0. Scene manager load scene windscreen. If player life amount is less than or equal to 0, scene manager load screen, lose screen. And that's what should be happening now, but it appears to not be. What are we doing wrong? I wonder if the life system being or Horky Borky has something to do with it. We're going to try this once again. If not, we're going to revisit the life system, because I get the feeling that's what's screwed up at the moment. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we know that okay, it should have loaded a scene, but it did not. Okay, so we're going to revisit the health system here. Let me get back to that. So I kind of skipped over it to get everything else working because there were so many problems with the health systems. Let's see. I'm getting the feeling where there's just something we're not invoking properly with the live systems. That's the only thing I could come up with. So let's win-lose conditions, which we have our win-lose conditions set up properly. So, ooh. Well, you know what? We're not going to revisit the health system. We're just going to move on and see if we can figure out. Actually, no, never. we are going to go back to revisit the health system. Let me get some stuff up here that I'm going to need to cut and paste in. Let's see. Class. Oh, wrong one. That was a different one. Let's see. Uh, assets as chapter 7, C sharp. Scripts. The life. Contact destroyer and contact damager. Those are the 3 I need here. And let's see. Let's see. Like, actually, so life, destroyer, contact damage. I'm going to take all 3 of those. I also use their straight up examples, and they seem to be working. Let's see. Okay, so we need to look back at the prefabs. I'm gonna screw up the prefabs. Let's see. Let's see. Forward movement. We're gonna keep. Okay, so we have our forward movement. Let's see. Life script. Actually, we will move that component. Let's see. What scripts need to actually be added onto that? I don't even remember. No life. Let's see. Collisions. I have to go all the way back for health systems here. Let's controls. Chapter 6. Physics of the health system. I went too far back for that, so. And let's see. We won't. So we know we need life on both of these. So. Life script. Well, if we're going to set that to 10. See, what other ones do they need? Let's see. Okay, so the contact destroyer has been completely gotten rid of. Contact Destroyer is the other one that it needs. Contact Destroyer, setting the life to 10. And back. Save. And look at player. So no doubt it's Contact Destroyer and life. And hopefully that resolves the lingering issue with enemy. I put the wrong stuff on. Oops. So let's fix that. Um Opponent contact damager in there, and for the enemy back to prefabs enemy let's see, add a contact damager and set that to come on, prefab and bullet. Oh, I forgot I actually had that on the bullet. Oops. Okay, so to find the other object. Foot mount, 5. Okay. 0 player bullet. And we're just going to remove that component altogether. Oh god, Diana! No! Ah! Ow! Oh my god! That is a weird combo! Why? Oh my god. I was literally I was seeing code as you were drowning me. What the heck, Diana? How's it going? Hope you're having an awesome day. So, but thank you for the hydrate. I actually probably should do that. So one moment. Hey, thank you. That's what I call hack body 820. But okay, man. What the heck? Um. Um. Uh. Okay, let me. Maybe. No, wait a second. That can't be why the collider wasn't working, though. That did need to be fixed. Um. Okay, we're going to save that and drop back out of that. Maybe that'll fix it? Okay, they actually did disappear, but they didn't die off. So, add component, contact destroyer. And let's edit that. We're not going to destroy the other game object. We're going to comment that out. Oop. I hit the wrong screen there. Sorry. Oop. Okay, so now that is fixed, I think. Uh, prefab. We are going. Oh, wrong prefab. Prefab. Let's put an enemy there and rotate it 80 and give it a health of 60. So if I'm doing 20, that should take. One second. Ah, sorry about that. Hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah, all the weird stuff just happening right at that one time. Okay, so in theory, if I'm doing 20 damage, it should take 3 hits to kill that, and that will tell me if my script is working correctly or not. Um, okay, so that is not working correctly. Um, even though let's kind of take out that contact destroyer, just disable that entirely. Um, remove that component and we're gonna give him 100 life. Uh, if I'm doing 10 damage, I should not kill him at all. We're gonna watch him on the other screen here. Okay, something is not registering right. It's he should not be dying in 1 hit. I mean, let's see, we didn't have target dummy, and we just have this one copy of the enemy here. We're actually going to disable that forward movement script. Uh, one score value of 1 amount. We'll say 50,000, and just to give us a nice round number to work with here. So this is what I couldn't get working earlier. Let's see. Oh, I hit the wrong button. And worst comes to worst, we'll do some googling. It that has got to be some layer configuration issues, I think. Let's take a look at that. Let's see. Let's build settings. Let's see projects. Um, hmm. Let's do a little bit of googling real quick. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Destroy game object delay is not working with variable. I'm gonna try something here. Destroyer and edit that. Let's see. Roy. Let's see how that looks. Uh, pre the prefab bullet. Oh, how does that look? Let's add that in. Encode this a little bit differently. Oh, TTL and set that. Alright. Hey, Zeno, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. It's the end goal of the course is actually to be an FPS. But I think I'm having some major problems with my health system. I don't know if it's just the code in the book is old and not working properly, or if I'm declaring something wrong, if my colliders are wrong. Like, yeah, I'm just a little bit over my head on this point. I gotten everything right so far, but the health system is kind of a bar to progress. Um, I'm also hoping this new firing script helps a little bit on destroying the ammo before it gets too far. Okay, it shouldn't be doing that. What am I do? What is not right with the code here? Okay, so the time to live code is Roy. Zena, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Coffee Beans. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Uh, yeah, I am just beyond my understanding of C sharp. I'm so new to this language. Uh, so let's see. Reducing life isn't. Maybe it's got to be either the layers or the code is just not quite registering hits properly. Hmm. Reduce the life of the object. We must check that the life reference isn't null, which would happen if the other object doesn't have a life component. Hmm. Okay, let's look at the life script. Maybe that's what I got screwed up. Since we're using that, we'll just take a look at ourselves here. Um, okay, so I can actually show you here. So you saw in that demo that the enemy, which is my prefab, just completely disappeared in one hit, which it should not be doing. As in to test it, I set the life capacity to 50,000, so there's no way it should be destroying itself on one hit. And I set the damage to be 20. So theoretically, I should be able to wail on that target dummy and it basically not die for at least a good 2 or 3 minutes. At least. But as you see, it's one hit KOing. It's just destroying the object. So I can only conclude there's something wrong with one of my scripts, or the script is outdated based on what the book's material is telling me. Okay, so the life is this script here, which is set by the variable. And let's see. I don't think that's going to be the problem, so I'm just going to leave the contact destroyer alone. So it's not even supposed to be used according to the book anyway, so I don't think that's the problem. Let's see. It's not it. The damage, which would be contact damager. This is the script that handles the contact damager. So this is what should be delivering the damage and registering with the life script to lower the life. I'm thinking it's the interaction with these two scripts and the colliders. The colliders, I think, are misconfigured. I just don't know. I did exactly like this course guide said to, and it's obviously not cooperating. So, let's see, edit. Oh, wrong window. Edit project settings. Yep, that's exactly like the book says, or right there for the collider settings. No, the bullet is a prefab that has nothing attached to it. That's how the course has it set up. But, unless it's supposed to have the contact damager on it. Let's see, player bullet. It's not supposed to interact with it, but it is supposed to interact with enemy. And enemy bullet. Solver type. It doesn't have any at this point, or at least it shouldn't according to the book. But I did have this script on it, not contact damager, but let me pull it back up. This is the one. It's got the forward movement script, but that's just literally pushing it forward. So that's the only script that's functioning on it. The other one was this one, but there's nothing that should be destroying another object. It should be destroying itself when it makes contact. Oh. Um, this is what was managing it, though the book kind of expects that when it collides, it'll just self delete. But I get the feeling that's only part of the problem. Because what I was doing is just leaving this on so when it hits another game object, it takes care of itself and just when it hits the collider, it's just gone. So this is how I was doing it previously, and it did what it was supposed to do. When it hit a wall, it deleted itself. When it hit another enemy, it deleted itself. But the problem is the enemy is disappearing. Yeah, that's how I set it up, or on purpose. Yeah, like that was my intention with that. So the problem is the enemy is not registering any health hits; it's just vanishing. Like it's got a contact or destroy on contact on it, but not this one. Like this one's functioning as intended. So actually save that and let that recompile. Yeah, so which component well, let me get a temporary bookmark here so I don't lose my spot or in the book where I'm at. Okay, temporary bookmark in there. All right, which script were you wanting that on? Doesn't matter which one. Anywhere okay. So I uh I completely forgot the syntax for that. Hold on. Let's see. Print debug log. Alrighty. And that, thank you. It's like, and my brain is fried on this problem right now. I was hoping to progress further into the game modes, but this is, uh, yeah, I spent days on this. It's probably something just slightly outdated in the book. And let that update. My tracker's about to die. Oops, I forgot to plug it in. Okay, got that. My minor crisis solved. Oh, and something must be fit. Oh, I forgot to put in a colon. The syntax is going to be the end of me. I, yep, my syntax again. One thing C# is going to teach me before the end of this is definitely make sure my punctuation is perfect. My general definition of coding has been a little bit of HTML. So C# it's relatively new to me, but yeah, I figure by the end of it, I will learn to make sure to look at my syntax. Okay. And that should, okay, play mode is set up. We know that this guy, oh, and there we go. That's the debug log. But why is it saying that's an object? Definitely, that's definitely this guy. And he's in the enemy layer. Hmm. That bullet is literally like this prefab is it. This is just a copy of the prefab. So prefabrication, enemy, and like I just disabled it on this spawn of it, but it's got a forward movement script, life script, and the contact damager script attached. The yeah, it's supposed to be checking the health system though before it just destroys the object. So, but yeah, this is just a copy of this prefab. So I get the feeling the book is probably sending me down the wrong path here. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, that's how this course had me set it up. So so it had me set up with the enemy layer for the collisions. And let me get back to so first thing you had me do is remove the contact destroyer, which is just destroying itself at this point. Yeah, thankfully I've got the book, so I can go back and reference this pretty easily for this course. So for the bullet, it had to be remove contact destroyer, which we just modified so it's self destroying. Let's see, get component. Okay, so let's see. Actually, oh, there's the live script. What the? See, use the get component on the reference to the other collider. So, oh, that's a contact damager script. Okay, so we'll go to okay. So we'll open up the prefab. Uh, oh, okay, there we go. So yeah, in we'll go back to the one here that we it bumped up intentionally. Uh, yes. So in this case, or for this guy, we set the life to 50,000 with the variable down here. So and if it was shooting, it would only be doing 1 damage, but yeah, they're using the same script. Yeah, place the enemy in the scene and set speed to 0 to prevent from moving, which we're not going to worry about. Okay, so it said or add a live component with a public float, or we're going to set the value to 100, which we set it well over that. Remove the contact destroyer component from the player bullet, which we did, and remove it from the enemy or player bullet variant, which we did. Add a new script called contact damager to both the enemy and the player, and add an on trigger event that receives the other collider as a parameter, and add the destroy function that auto destroys itself and not the one that destroys the other object. And that's the exact text the book has. I'm thinking that's what the collider filtering was supposed to do, because it's set as a enemy layer. And the layer in the layer setting was what's supposed to or detect the collision or not. That's how this was supposed to be set up. And enemy is not supposed to or detect the player or itself. Player bullets is only supposed to interact with the enemy and not the player. And the player is not supposed to interact with itself. But that's the catch 22. Let's go back to the prefab here. Uh, Contact Destroyer. So it will just maybe if I change that to this. Hmm. Okay, so I'll change that to this. Okay, so that should literally just destroy itself and not worry about anything else. So let's give that a try. And it's actually, oh, good, it's not complaining. And it still does it, even though it's. Okay, the bullets are just going off into space. Um, okay, so let's assume it is the contact damager. Let's take that completely out of the equation by removing that component entirely. Well, the contact destroyer, or like the book says to. So we'll remove that and go back to contact damager. Okay, so using Unity Engine, public class contact damager, public class public public float damage, void on trigger collider other, destroy game object, life equals other dot get component life. If life is not null, life dot amount minus equals damage. And destroy this part, or not destroy, but disable, and comment it out, and give that a try. Is that's basically a literal cut and paste of the example, or that came with the course material, or just to make sure that my syntax wasn't screwed up. Which it appears the book itself may be wrong if this actually does work. If this works, I'm gonna laugh. Alrighty. So oh uh so in theory we should see this tick down. It's passing right through him now, so okay, so it's passing right through him and it's not registering with the collider. Maybe I just thought about something here. Player bullet, enemy bullet, mesh sphere, provide. Maybe the collider just isn't registering. Maybe it's supposed to provide contact. Sure, destroy. Let's see. How did it say that was supposed to be set up? So, bullet prefab is kinematic, uses gravity. Sphere collider, radius 0.5 is trigger connected, or material, non-physic material. I mean, we can try that. Um, uh, con- let's remove that component. And I think we had that on there and it did not work. Contact damager. So we can try it. But if that ends up being the way it's supposed to work, I'm going to question the sanity of this book the entire time. But okay, so before we let's click on our main enemy here. Uh, and yep, and its life is not going down. Yep. Looking at the life on the bottom right, and it is not incrementing down. Then that should be doing at least or 10 or 15 damage. Or actually, I think I set it to 10. So let's look at that prefab again. Maybe I forgot to declare the damage value. I forgot to declare the damage value. So let's set it to 10. Before we do that, let me set that value to 10, and then let's take a look at enemy here. All right, so in theory, it's registering. Oh, okay. So the book is high, so that is registering the damage hits. And it's registering. Okay, so I think I know what the book forgot to or neglected to mention. It needs to be on all three components to register properly. So let me bump that damage up to 50. And we're going to reduce that life down to 100. Actually, I don't think I'll need to now. Let's see. It's only incrementing down by 1. Okay, so that's got to be a set value on bullet then. Okay, so that's where it's pulling the damage from. Uh, let's lock that so it doesn't keep reloading. Okay, we'll set that to 50 and see. Now that it's doing the proper damage, I don't think we'll have to do that. Okay, so bullet clone is yeah, it definitely needs that collider script. So add component contact destroyer, and we can get rid of both of those lines. But that doesn't make sense though. Why? Oh, okay. Let that catch up and go back to prefab. I'm actually gonna, since I don't want the enemies to have 100 life. Um, the enemy. Check that. 100. Let's see. Yep, they got a life of 100. Let's see. Let's go back to this one in particular, though. So I want to take off the contact damager script for just a moment here to test something. I'm just wondering though why it's not registering the bullet. Pause that and select enemy. Oh, select. Hmm. Unless I'm wondering, how can I edit that per the? Okay. Unless. Okay, that is the weirdest thing to me, but I guess that's going to have to be the solution to that problem. And thank you for pointing me down that path. The book had me going a completely different direction. Let's see. Go back to bullet and add the contact damager. Now I'm just curious. Maybe that's an old design that Unity just does not support natively anymore, or maybe it's just the way it was written was kind of screwed up to begin with. But for the sake of this course, let's go ahead and lock that in so I can edit this quicker. Uh, Already, and delete that enemy. Alrighty. And now once it builds, we should be able to get to our win condition now. And the bug in my floor is going to kill me. Okay, so now with that solved, we're gonna leave it like that for now and definitely save. I need to come bring up a notepad. Uh, it points where the book was wrong. Not already. I'm definitely keeping that as a note. Uh, yeah, I should be, or right now I'm actually keeping all the files for this on a separate hard drive, though I do need to upload everything to my GitHub, or probably this weekend. See, and local hard drive, Unity game dev, super shooter, points where the game book was wrong. Yep, and the notes have started. So, oh yeah, I actually work IT desktop support at my day job. So, if there's one thing I preach and practice, it is having backups. And while I don't necessarily having pure cloud storage as backup, I do like having a cloud backup just in case local does fail. So I try to practice what I preach, and believe me, I preach it a lot, so I have to practice it. But, okay, so now that that problem has been solved, we can start looking at these win conditions and why it's not pulling the scenes. And this is the current part of the lesson that we couldn't move beyond because of that annoying glitch. Okay, so we have our new scenes, which are in the scenes folder. We have our win screen and our lose screen. So, and those should have popped up when the conditions were met for. Actually, I need to delete that because we don't need that. Uh, Actually, I can uncheck that. Oh, Wave Manager. Oh, what? Oh, Wave Manager. I'm leaving there. Game mode. Did I forget to put the script for that in? I think I did. Okay, so create empty game mode object and waves game mode. Okay, that was done. On its update function, uh, okay, so it does list the waves. Add another, or and in a public. Okay, so what this script is supposed to do is call a different scene if conditions are met, and it's not, even though the conditions are clearly met now. Okay, so serialize. Uh, wait a second. Why is that a waves game mode? Um, hey, Ghost, how's it going? You just missed it. New friend of the channel, Zeno, actually figured out where this book was screwed up. This book had me put a script onto the player and the enemy, and it shouldn't have been on either. It should have been on the bullet prefab that's actually making the impact. Ah, gotta love it. Though actually I think I figured out a way I could use the script or as kind of a physical attack, but have like just do like one damage where you just like ram the enemy or something and do like one damage. That's uh yeah, this book was misleading me, but I think it was probably using old design method, so I'm not going to hold it against the book, as otherwise it's been pretty spot on. So I'm thinking it was just built on old design philosophy. So single game mode. So game mode wave script. Waves. It's waves manager. That's not the one I need. And create an empty game or game object. Which we did. Game mode. Waves. Waves game mode. Player. I was not calling the function. That explains why that wasn't working. Oh yeah. This is supposed to be the current versions. I'm running version 22 or 2002, and this is a book built on 2002. That's the funny part. So I am thinking this book is probably for a slightly older version of 2022. As this is version 36 Foxtrot 1. And there's probably been minor updates since then. Okay, so alright, so create an empty game mode object with the waves game mode script, which we just added. Its update function, whether check the number of enemies reached by 0, wave 0 is allest account property. Add a public field of life type called player life and drag the player to that one. So, okay, so it's got the lose condition detection. And let's go ahead and make sure this is coded properly here. So we have serialized field, life player life, void update. Oh, thank you so much for those headbands, Kami. I completely missed those. My head was literally in a book. Oh my god, I feel bad now. I hope you're having an awesome day there, Gaming Spino. Yeah. So, and if enemies manager instance enemies count is less than or equal to 0, and waves manager instance always counts less than or equal to 0. Team manager equals win if player life amount is less than less than or equal to 0. Scene manager. Oh, ow. Oh, those beast balls hurt. Ah. What the heck did you put in that ball? My gosh. Like that thing had to weigh like 500 pounds. I mean, like, how'd you even throw that thing? Wow. Like, look, I know the Pokemon, dang it. Yeah, C manager load. New screen. New screen. Oh, the version of the code I'm looking at is slightly older for that, but it'll work. So Unity engine management, Waves code game mode, serialized field. All of it is the same, so let's try it. And Catapult. Oh, no wonder that was not your standard Pokeball. Uh, I need to have a word with whoever makes those things. Is I don't think you're supposed to make those things out of freaking lead. Okay, so now in theory, when I win, I should see a giant cube. I will definitely be sprucing that up later. And this should practically be one hit KO because. Yay! The win condition worked! Like, okay, so I will spruce that up later, or when the book calls to spruce it up, but that is what should happen. But we are going to fix something on the prefab here. Contact destroyer. That should be destroy game object. Already, and bring that back to Unity. Yeah, that's a different scene I programmed in. The reason I put the cube in there is so I could differentiate, from the lose screen, which is just a sphere. Where basically that's what the book said to put in as a placeholder, and we are going to be making stuff to actually like make it interactive, like go back to a menu or go back, reset the first screen and all that stuff. That's coming up very shortly. We just want to make sure the conditions worked. And it did, thankfully. Yeah. Hey, now let's I forgot I'm gonna set that to I better lock that so it doesn't disappear. There we go. We can back out of the prefab, save the changes, and that yeah, I'm really happy now. Yeah, I didn't think I'd actually get this far, and they should be able to take a couple of hits. Good, I'll take a couple of hits. Excuse me, enemy clone. This is awkward. So, okay, guys, I deleted them manually because they should have died. They should have just ran into the wall and not continued. I don't know why they continued, but we're gonna look at that enemy prefab. Okay, capsule collider. Enemy layers, so they should not be passing through the wall, but for some reason they are. So, hey, let's make sure our wall collider is set up here. Base color, mesh renderer, box collider. Let's see. Let's make sure that okay, that'll definitely stop me from going through it. So, it's all good, Zia. Thank you so much for the help. Man, you're freaking awesome. That's so, but I'm thinking there's probably something going on between me and my enemy prefab that is not syncing up. Okay, so a player has rigid body. Does my enemy have rigid body? It does have rigid body. See, let's compare collision detection here. Non-continuous. Contact damage or life. Contact damage or let's see. All this um is trigger. Um okay, so it's freeze rotation. It freeze position. We're not doing that. Collision detection, continuous interpolation, none. Let's see. Continuous interpolation, none. Let's try discrete, and let's just see if they run into the wall. Because I know I can't run into that wall. In fact, we're gonna try and run into it with them. So they should destroy themselves. Excuse me. Um, what the frick? Call me crazy, but they should not be doing that. They just literally beelined right through that wall like it was not even there. Let's see. A component, enemy, enemy spawner is what I need to look at there. Um, actually, let's look at look at that door. Versus something like that. Material, non-physic. No layer overrides. Basically, they just like, yeah, we'll just be able to, or like, okay, Bree, this guy's just gonna kill us anyway. Let's slash no clip. Okay, so mesh renderer, box collider, and that has a box collider as well. Um, it's got default layer. So it should just material, physic material. Should have no layer overrides. Nope, nothing. Frame door collision. You know what? I'm just gonna move it over a little bit and wave spawner. I'll move that here. That way it's marching right down into the wall proper. You can. Oh, like I still got to figure that out from you. Oh, let's see if they smash into the wall or just keep trucking. They are just keeping on trucking. What the heck? Okay, my colliders are screwed up. It's got to be. Uh, as that has the same physics as the player, and the player runs into the wall. So, hmm. Okay, player. That's the input script. Capsule collider 152. Capsule collider 152. Direction y axis. I mean, it's the exact same collider. Why are they just passing right through? I can't pass through that, so I think that's okay. But mouse wheel to go forward and back where the screen is looking to build stuff. I could have held right click. Oh yeah, WASD. I had to do this. I felt the same way when I discovered Unity had that same trick. Like I felt like I have been all this time working on my VR models, or a little bit I did know by using the scroll wheel. I had no idea that right clicking in WASD was a much better form of movement around. Wait a second. What the? Why are there? Wait a tick. Um, and okay, let's look at that collider here. Uh, size center 0. Okay, let maybe that was what was throwing the enemies off. So let's see if they have the same result here. Um, they shouldn't be passing through the contact collider. So why? I gotta Google this. Wait a second. The enemy's collider is okay. So that's accurate. Hmm. Yeah, my collider's got to be all screwy with me. Yeah, it's the top of the object. It's extruding down to the bottom. And I know for a fact that collider is going to be big enough now. Let's see. Let's extrude that one over so there's some overlap. I think the CPU is just getting confused. Missing door. It's frame door one. If that works, I'm gonna laugh because I've been wondering why that didn't animate properly in the scene. Okay, I didn't have anything to trigger, but um, the yep, the physics are the freaking enemies just straight up with no clip. Okay, so maybe um, let's see, it's got a wait a minute. Why does it have three box colliders? Maybe that's what's got it all screwed up. Let's see, that component, move that component. Okay, so now we only have one collider here. Okay, so we have one collider. Let's see. Let's go ahead and move that collider up. So one. Oh, we'll leave that at 0 and put that at. Nope. Oh, we want to put that as 0. Oh, what did solution say? Um, tile map collider component. Um, nope, provide decorative wall mesh renderer, box collider. Let's see, property. Oh, wait a minute, that's already properties there. Actually, we have properties. Size, nope. Okay, let's give that a try. Let's see. And they are just ignoring physics. That, um, uh, that is quite annoying. I'm gonna be right back because part of my problem is I not able to think quite clearly because I need to use the bathroom. So I'll be back here in just a moment. Yeah, alrighty, Coast. Have a good night. Yeah. So we'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back, and now let's scratch our head a little more at this problem. This is a weird one. I'm pretty sure it's something I misconfigured. I just got to be certain. Okay, so let me Google that real quick. There's actually. Let's see. What if we add rigid body? Just for giggles. I don't expect it's actually going to do anything, but whoa. Destructible environment, but they might not be able to go past. They passed right through it. Okay, so let's get back to the scene. This is gravity, automatic tensor, automatic center of mass. We're not going to worry about any of that, but it is kinematic. Automatic center of mass. We're not. We're going to freeze this rotation and make it kinematic. We're going to freeze its rotation and position in all directions, make it kinematic. Will that work? I don't expect it will, but it's worth a shot. Boop, boop, boop. And it's passed right through it. Okay, so it's not rigid body. Okay, let's look at enemy here. Rigid body. So it shouldn't be. And let's look at our forward movement. Uh, oh God, oh God, oh God, why? No, okay, Diana. I'm listening, I'll hydrate. Please don't try me again, please. I hope your night's going awesome, Diana. Yeah. I get the feeling I'm going to spend a lot of time in Google forums and Unity forums learning about this. Because my code here is screwed up, apparently. Apparently, translate is not the way to be doing this function, and that explains why it's just passing through stuff. Hi, Neo. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we are definitely learning tonight. A new coffee bean helped me solve one of the vexing problems that the book hadn't gone the wrong direction on, and now I got to figure out a new problem. Because apparently, transform translate is not the right way to be doing this part of the code. And this code is driving a lot of stuff. So, Transform, translate vector. Vector 3 forward. Uh, so transform, add force. Is that gonna work? Let's see. Is that gonna complain? Okay, let me go back to the forward movement script here. See if there's a better way to do that. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go to my examples. That is the quickest way to get the right answer for this. Let's see. Assets. Wait a minute. That's the real deal, not the example scripts. Let's see. Chapter 2. Settings. Nope. I think it was chapter 4. Materials. Nope. Packages. Nope. Let's see. Nope. That is the correct one, but hands on Unity. One. Wait a minute. Hands on Unity, 229. Assets. Chapter 6. Script. That's saying transform translate. Yeah, transform translate. That's not the right way to be doing it, apparently. Actually, let me look at the new player movement script. And that's one with transform translate. Transform rotate is what that's suggesting, but that's not going to work. So what's this example? Dot. Oh god, oh god, no, oh my god, gaming, why? 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 Why, gaming, why? Why would you drown the cat? Oh my god. That you and Diane, y'all are intent on making me hydrate. Oh my god. Oh. Thank you, thank you. Even if it did come with an assault. Oh, oh my god. So Coast hit me one of those, and now you, like, my god, like, those things are like made of iron or something. Ow. I got a concussion now. Oh, I'm gonna take a nap. Uh, 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 what just happened? Uh, oh, that is a number of Pokeballs down there. I hope you guys know that. I mean, that's at least oh god, that's triple digits. Oh god, I'm concerned now. Let's see. Oh, right. Vector, maybe? Yeah, well, let's try Vector and see if or Unity likes that. Uh, okay, transform Vector. Uh, please like that, Unity. So I would really like to resolve this vexing problem here. It does not like that. Why? Okay, there's got to be something better than transform translate, because transform translate is setting the stuff right square into the wall, and it's passing through the wall, which is the problem. Let's see. Let's see, function update. Transform dot maybe that will work and not go through the wall. Uh, yeah, I'm hoping that that actually works. So let's test the theory. Uh, oh, why can't it be used like that? Uh, I guess if we're good with that, contact damager, wave spawner, all that is working as intended. Hold on. Brr. Sorry about that. All right, so it's non-invocable member 1019. Why is it capitalizing the T? That is not capital. Mm. Let's see. Transform position. And put it back to the original code, and it should just process it. Okay, it's got no complaints about that, but why? It's running into walls and just passing right through them. Let's see. Yeah, or have enemies that have to go through all objects except themselves. The is trigger equals true for them. They easily fly through all the objects, so they also collect. Shows likely how many enemies fly after me. Physics two. Okay, they should not be ignoring. Nav mesh. Uh, let's see. There's got to be a better way to do that, but I guess I'll just have to deal with that for now. Okay, so in the interest of just moving forward, since we know our wing conditions are working as intended now, we're going to move forward. That's going through visual scripting. We're not worried about visual scripting at the moment. Now, here is where we learn something new: improving things with events. Okay, how are we going to do this? So far, we use the Unity event function to detect situations that can happen, such as awake and update. There are other similar functions that a Unity users can allow components to communicate with each other, as in the case on trigger enter, which is a way for the rigid body to inform other components or in the object that a collision is occurred. Oh, excuse me. In our case, we are using if statements inside the update method to detect changes on other components. Such if we are informed by the enemy's manager something has changed, and just to check at that moment, such as with Rigidby telling us when collisions occur instead of checking for collisions every frame. Ah, that'd be great to have an event that tells us life has reached zero to execute this logic instead of a general purpose on destroy event. The idea of events is to prove the model of communication between objects, which makes sense. There are several ways to implement this, and we use a little bit of each different approach at the awake and update methods. And we will use the Unity event field type as a field capable of holding references to functions that to be executed. We won't see sharp delegates, but with other benefits such as better Unity editor integration. Okay, so it's having us write new script now. Okay, let's go. So in the life component is what we're tinkering with now. Okay, here is our life script. We are adding the Unity event variable, the public Unity event. Oh, syntax. Unity event. Unity event on death. Okay, so we have a script here. Okay, and we have our variable that should be in the life script now. When we look at the variable, okay. Ah. So collapse that, look at player. And on life, on death, list is empty. Okay, that is what we should be seeing. Perfect. Then we have 100 life, which is a good thing. When life is 0, the invoke function is event. Are you telling any script interested in the event that it has occurred? Okay, so we head back to Visual Studio. Void update. If amount less than or equal to 0. On death dot invoke destroy game object. So what are we about to invoke? So on so Really cool. What the frick? Unique event on death, void update if military invoke destroy object. The void update, so private void. Oh, oh, wait. Variable life equals get oh get component life almost had a syntax error there. Life dot on death dot add listener give. It would help if I could type. I cannot type. Give points to void we give points move that over there and get that proper place. Score manager instance amount plus equal amount. Ah, cool. Wait a second. I misread the assignment. But I don't think I screwed up that badly. Okay, so they changed that to undeath invoke destroy game object. On destroy. I get the I burp. I think I went burp brain. So and wait a second, let me look at this. And I okay, this was all absolutely not needed. So let me get rid of all of this. Okay, I misunderstood the assignment. I bringing up the next component now. Come on, Unity, don't be that way. Unity, why are you over there? Get back over here, Unity. Okay, so score on death. Right. So private void. So in the in Score on Death, which is the script we're in now, rename on destroy to give points. You rename the on destroy function to give points or whatever name you prefer. The idea here is to stop giving points on the on destroy event. In the awake, I get the feeling that was supposed to do something previously here because this is not how it was originally set up. So alright, so private void awake. So private void awake. Void awake var life equals get component life life on death dot and listen. Hello, Si. How's it going? And believe it or not, we have made progress and solved one vexing problem, but we have discovered another in the process. So, I would say 75-25 at this point. Like 3 steps forward, or 3 steps forward, 1 step back. Well, or wait, 4 steps forward. Neko can't do math. Here's what I found. Hold on. Say, oof, no bueno. Headaches are no bueno. But I hope your day was better than yesterday's, though, for real. Give add listener. Add listener. Give points. Give points. Void. Give point. Let's see. Score manager instance amount plus equal new amount colon. I would say I keep head pats, but I get the feeling that might make the headache worse. So instead, I get hugs. Yep. Yeah, hugs will probably be better than that for headaches. Selects. Did I put that in the wrong place? I think I might have put this all in the wrong place. Oh, okay. Select save. Okay. And we go back to this. C#. The C sharp is my headache for right now. Okay, so it's saying line 18, character 10, void, give points. Oh, what? Void, give points. Okay, float amount, unity event, on death void update. If amount, destroy game object. Okay, that's set. Score on death. Private void awake. Okay, so this is the correct one to be calling. But it's going to go below that. And we'll get rid of this void awake. But keep that. Okay. So we save that. And in theory, we should be ready for the score manager here. 1641. Really? Really, C sharp? Really? It does not exist in the context. You know, yeah, we're just looking at an example. I may be mistyping that. This is chapter 8. So let's go to 8 C sharp scripts. Look at score on death. Public float amount. Public class, mono behavior. Like these are exactly the same. Oh, that was the only difference. I'm just going to copy the. I'm going to copy the known example code here and just modify it where appropriate. Because maybe it's a space error. Wait, what the frick? Okay. Death listener. And let's see. And there it is right there. Score manager. Score manager. Why is it not seeing it? Oh. Okay, so close this one. And that was, let's see, and it's complaining definition for amount. There's probably, let's see. Crap. I mean, I have to edit a whole bunch of other code here. Oh, wait a second. I may not have to. Score value. The component. Give point. Score value. Score value. Let's see if that makes Unity happy. I'm really hoping it does. Oh, 924. Let's see if Unity likes it. Invalid token. Score on death. We get points. Let's see, score manager dot instance dot score value plus equals score value. Um, so we get points. Public int score value. Let's see. Unity like that? Nine variable life equals Get component life. Score value. Score value. Yep. Variable life equals get component life, and that is on proper syntax. Void gift points. Where invalid token? Where is it's encapsulated? Encapsulated. Void functions. Score value. Invalid token class record. Gift points. Variable life. Score. $5.26. That's expected. Okay, we save this. I really want to finish up this chapter before we call it a night. There's only a few pages left. So we are like right at the finish line for the chapter. Invalid token in life on death. Add listener. Would get points. Amount. Distance. The score value. Void give points. There's nothing in those. Invalid token in class record. The frick? Score on death. The score value. Void awake. Nope. All lowercase. Life. Score manager. Instance amount. That's saying 924. Oh god, well, Artek, why? Oh my god. Why? Okay, I'll hydrate. Yeah. How's it going, Artek? I hope your night's going awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, heading to hail. I hope you have some great sleep there. the meantime, I'm going to be pounding my head against this freaking C-sharp book and trying to figure out why it's throwing an error in that one spot. That makes no sense why it's saying there's an error there. Invalid token. 924. If that is position 9. Yep, 924, that exact spot. Thanks, I might need it. Yeah, have a good night. So get component. Maybe that's it? No, it's not. Damn. Maybe if I change that to a different variable. Invalid token. All is properly declared. That's in the right spot. Score on death, on behavior using Unity. Life on death event. Add a listener. Give points. Give points. Score manager. Maybe that's gonna be it. Burp, burp. Okay, so we reverted that back to amount. Let's see if he gets us back to a not a declaration error. Life. Public integer amount. Okay, it's still giving me a dumb error. So let's open up. Like I'm guessing maybe it's just a glitch in how it's being handled. Okay, so score on death. We're just gonna copy this word for word, put it back in our script here, and then change this to where it should be. And we're going to change this to score value. Score value. Score value. Is it invalid token? Force it to refresh itself. The life component. It's there. Okay, let's take a look at the life component here. This is the class life. Include amount. Public unity event on death. Void update. If amount less than or equal to 0. On death, invoke. Destroy game object. On score death, private. Let's see. Private void awake. Variable life, get component, life. Private void awake. Variable get component, life. Life on death. Give points. Void give points. Score manager. And let's see. It's even though that okay, something is really screwy wooey here. The invalid token. Let's look up that error message. What 519? Yeah. A token is a keyword and identifier, the name of the class, structure, or method where it does not belong. Maybe that's it. Let's try putting it out there. Nope. That let's what integer score value. 526 colons expected. So that the void using Unity Engine public class. Mono behavior. Okay, so that's literally verbatim the example. So let's see if that's going to work. Oh, I did not even see that. Score on deaths. Score that I feel stupid. I was not even reading that. Score value and score value. Okay, we can save that. You go by the example in the book. Private awake. Right, and one's gonna be in score manager. Okay, and it's saying the error is in 924. Oh, that okay. That was me trying to fix a different error and being dumb about it. So, hello, Huey. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Oh, YouTube didn't update. Crap. Let me go fix that real quick. I was actually editing that, and it should be in. Yeah. Try refreshing it. Yeah, I updated that like an hour ago. Oh, the name didn't update. Crikey. Hold on. Let me update that. Everything else but the title updated. What the heck, YouTube? But yeah, it is my first time working with C# outside of something extremely simple. Syntax is my worst enemy so far. It's something I'm going to have to learn. But I think this is like my third day actually working with C#. And I can't believe I did not even read that error message at the bottom of Unity. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Neo. I got that fixed now, thankfully. Like, this has just been a scuff stream, and I'm not talking just about the code I'm writing, even though the code I'm writing is pretty damn scuff. Okay, so alright, so we got that fixed. Find me, listener, and save. Select score manager over here. Okay, so score manager, hit play, and I'm guessing we should see some stuff popping up on. Aha! Whoa! The victory condition worked! Yeah! Yeah, I in that particular error, I've been working on this since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. My eyes kind of went cross-eyed on it. Even though I did take a break to drive home, but yeah, I just did not read the file name. And yeah, like I should have been looking more directly at that, but I was relying on the bar down here at the bottom that's behind my TTS count. But so my victory condition is popping up. I need to spruce that up and do something better with it. But that victory condition is a good thing to see. I love that. Okay. So on player died. I need to be able to test this. How am I gonna do that? Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Remember early on in this course, that was one of the first things they were testing is making sure that errors and all that was popping up in the log, which thankfully it does. You're right though. I got to get better at looking at the full log, not just the error bar at the bottom, because that error bar can sometimes hide the actual error you need. Okay, so now create on player died function on the wave game, waves game manager. So, oh, right. That's yeah. This is the kind of stuff that they was having us code down. Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind here for just a second. I'm trying to go line by line by this book. This is not. I don't think we've coded in actual firing enemies yet, which that may be one of the things they're building to. Let's see. Let's see. On Waves game mode, that's Waves Manager. I don't need that one. It's the Waves game mode. That's the one. Okay, there. Now we're in the right script. Uh, yeah, I think once I get through the course and at least get something a little bit or get an understanding of how everything works, my next major project related to C Sharp is working on my VR chat world. And yeah, that is let's just say that one is a massive mess of a smattering of code, different objects. It like it like it will be streamed when I start working on it. It's just not going to be till I get done with this. And yeah, let's just say I got a lot of organization and rethinking to do on how I was originally envisioning that. Yeah, just well, when I first built this one, I had zero understanding of how VR chat worked, and I actually started doing this whole C sharp or Unity and C sharp thing because of a very peculiar problem with one VR avatar, and that's because when I put Go Go Loco on it, the leg animations just do not work. When I'm in my VR headset specifically. But everything else works as intended. I go into desktop mode, everything works as intended. So I have to be able to understand what I'm doing to dive into that and see what might be going wrong. So and that's what led to this whole thing. And I just see where else it can go from here. I figure why not keep following the path? Or go down the whole rabbit hole, you know? Okay, so void wait a second. Create an on-player dot function from the Waves game mode script and move the loading of the loose screen from update to this function. Okay, so void on player. I'm probably not typing this. Player died. Oh, I'm actually am typing it right. Huh. Uh, Syntax is screwy wooey here. Okay, so want to put one more space there for personal preference. Scene manager dot load scene. Actually, why don't I just copy that whole thing and put it right here and get rid of that if statement. Okay, so that buttons that up. Okay, buttons that up, void on player Avoid on player done. Raw input on top of the model is inverse kinematic as it adds the existing animations, so you idle walking animation would control it. Uh, I'm thinking you're right. But like here's the weird thing, and I could probably better show it a little bit later. I can't tonight. But what it's doing is if I use the default locomotion or the default locomotion layer that VR chat calls for, it will walk normally. It will do the emulated locomotion. It'll do everything when I'm in my headset. It's only when the GoGo Loco is integrated to it through, or even if it's the native layer or integrated through VR or VRC Fury, like it overrides the locomotion mechanics for whatever reason. So it's the most bizarre thing, and I've been looking for someone to maybe has a better understanding of GoGo Loco or how these avatars work. Or it could just be something, a parameter I'm not configuring. I don't understand enough about the locomotion layer yet. Oh, okay. So on player blue screen. Okay. So now it's having us create a cube to have the fire script. Okay. So screen. So as you can see, create custom events allows you to detect more specific situations. Keeps your code clean and constantly without needing to constantly ask for condition updates. Okay, so remember, player's base life reaches 0, so let's create a cube that represents the object that enemies will attack to reduce the base life. So taking this into account, I challenge you to add this second lose condition, the player's base life reaching 0, to our script. Oh, yep, cube, the cube. Okay, so but we're editing the life script though. So serial. Wait a second. Waves. Okay, so I need to update the script for that. Okay. Let's see, and that one is the Waves game mode. Okay, so Waves game mode is up. Serialized field. So I gotta add this. Okay. So, wrong brackets. Field private life layer base life. Oh, so we're updating that to private variables. Okie dokie. Void. Void awake variable. And wait a minute. I may have screwed that up. Let me back that up. see, player player or base died. See manager lose screen, which will be the sphere in our case. Okay, so we've already got the sphere for the lose condition. We're going to actually swap that out for a cube. So we already had that from a previous lesson. So remember, you can see we just repeated a life event subscription to remember to create an object to represent player's base damage point. Oh, so we add another function here. Okay. So void awake. Oh, let's see. Void awake. Player. Player. Player life. Done. On death. Add listener on player or base died. Player base life. So, yeah, I think it's or consider awake because it's looking for not for a trigger, but like when the event is triggered, it automatically pulls it in. But it's not looking specifically for a trigger by itself. If I'm interpreting it right. Add listener. Death. Add listener. Player or base died. Void. If I'm interpreting that code right, that's how it should look. Let's keep illustrating. Let's keep illustrating this concept by applying to the managers to prevent the game move from checking conditions every frame. At a Unity. Now we're looking at enemy manage. Oh, so 2162 and 749. Righty, and what was the other one? 749. So 749. Yep. I completely forgot to put the colons on. Okay, now let's see what else it does not like. My spelling is completely hosed. Listener. Sweet. So got that. Okay, so now we look at enemy manager. Or in this case, enemies manager. Add a Unity event field. What we're going to be doing there. Create two functions, add enemy and remove enemy, both receiving a parameter of the enemy type. Is that enemy should be adding and removing itself from the list directly. It should use these functions. Okay, so we have public list enemies. And public Unity event on changed. Oh, let's see. Public void add enemy. 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 Oh, enemies dot add enemy. And it actually added the whole thing except for the second line here. And on changed. Dot invoke. Looking good there. And public void remove enemy. The enemy. Get that there. Enemies dot remove enemy. And, oh. Why is it doing the, like, that gummit? Ah, so close to wrapping up this chapter. On change.invoke. I cannot type. Invoke. And Ronnie and I'm thinking we'll be okay there. I don't see any. Well, there probably is syntax errors, but we'll find out in a minute. Unity event. So it does not like that syntax. Okay, what did I mistype? Okay. So I'm reasonably sure I mistyped something. So enemy manager, let's look at that example script. Aha, that is what I forgot. But otherwise, it actually looks the same. All right, so now let's see if it dislikes that. Oh, it's taking longer, so I'm assuming it does. Yep, and errors have gone away. Sweet. And the enemy script we need to update. So public class enemy void start and this void undestroy enemies manager enemies remove this void start enemies manager instance. Oh, Add enemy this. Dot remove enemy this. And see if that complains. I'm hoping it does not. It did not. Sweet. Wave manager, wave manager, and wave spawner. Waves manager instance, private, public static, waves manager instance, public list, wave spawner waves, community event, private void awake. If instance is equal to null, instance this, else debug. So public void, add wave, what did I call that? Well, if I gotta update the syntax, I can always come back and replace it. Wave spawner, waves. Wave spawner wave. Wave spawner wave. This add on changed invoke public capitalizing public void remove wave spawner wave waves move wave on changed dot invoke and wait a second, it also needs the add Unity Engine events. I almost forgot that, but I remembered. Now, the question, wave spawner, what did I call that? Characters. No, it's not under decorations, so I did call it wave spawner. Huh. So wave spawner. Wave spawner. And let's okay. Let's see. Okay, now let's let that rerun. Okay, so wave spawner, remove wave, add wave spawner, list wave spawner, waves manager, public list, what awake. Did I screw this up? I'm quite literally just 2 pages away. Okay, waves spawner. And I did name it wave. Okay, so we save that. Let it all wave spawner. It would help if I could freaking type. I cannot believe I did not notice that typo. Unchanged. Um, Unchanged. Okay, why does it not recognize unchanged in that context? Let's go Unity events. But it's not a change, that's a function call. Change.invoke. Public. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Forgot to declare it. Like Unity event. Uh, Unity event unchanged. Reloading is taking a lot longer now, so I'm thinking it's happy. Okay, so now that's happy. That was the waves manager. Now we go back to the enemy script. So we remove enemy this for waves manager and wave spawner. Okay, so we can get rid of that. That's a comment. So public class, wave spawner, public wave. Oh, wave spawner is what. So float start and spawn. So waves manager dot add wave this invoke repeating spawn start spawn rate invoke and spawn end time void spawn instantiate prefab transform void in spawner waves manager dot So remove wave this. Cancel invoke. Okay, so add wave and remove wave. Six. Did I just miss something? I think I did. Like 4 pages and we're done with the chapter and we can call it a night. So, okay, so public class wave spawner, on a behavior, public game object, float, float, float to start and spawn, public void waves manage, like invoke repeating spawn start time, spawn rate. Yeah, this is exactly what the book is showing right here. In waves game mode, wave spawner, and close these that we don't need. Waves waves game mode, rename the check win condition. Uh, okay, this is gonna look completely different here in a second. Void start. Player life on death dot add listener. Okay, so that's on void start now. I can actually get rid of that. I'll probably do this above void update here in a second. Enemy manager dot instance dot on changed. Add listener on player or base on check win check win condition waves manager dot instance changed add listener check win condition. So if that's a void start, so that's not void awake anymore. So void start player. And now we need a void check win condition. Oh, if enemy manager dot this enemies dot count less than or equal to 0 and waves manager dot instance dot waves count is less than or equal to 0. Scene manager dot load scene when screen. So, oh, call me crazy, but those look basically the same. Except this looks cleaner. And we're not calling a void update for that. Okay, so got the listeners, void FDC manager, then void check win condition, and it's all in a void start and not a void awake. Ah, cool. And still serialized. Now let's hope the code doesn't break. Oh, right, the syntax. So 13.9. Let's see. And oh, right, the Unity event. Oh, there it is. And now I understand what they mean by cut and pasting in a lot of code. All right, so add Unity event. Uh, 1443. 1443. Wait a second. Is my syntax screwed up? Yes, it is. But I needed to add the Unity events anyway because that actually needed to be part of the code. Okay, it's taking longer. I think we're okay. Yep. And no error messages. Sweet. And now it's going through the visual scripting. And summary, we finished an important part of the game by ending with okay, now let's see. We need to test this. let's see. Player. Super shooter. We don't want to do that. Oh, right. Shoot point. Alright. So we're gonna employ that script you made there. Uh, I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. But it's Vikavi. Void update if we're gonna call this we're gonna say the key code T if player make sure I got the right code for that. Destroy game object. That is the code I'm looking for. Okay. Oop. Um, destroy. Destroy player. Let's see if it likes it. Actually, I probably shouldn't put that in C. That's probably working out better in player movement. Uh, yep. I thought about it. I think there's a much easier way to test this. Call me crazy, but player raise life to 0, and it should spawn me in with 0 health if my guess is right. So, and that should be an instant lose. Okay, so maybe... Oh, and players shooting. Did I screw up that script? Players shooting. What did I screw up in that? Oh. And that should be solved. And I'll set myself to 0 health. And if I set myself intentionally to spawn with no health, that should go instantly to the game over screen. Yep, there we go. The lose condition is working as intended. So I can actually set myself back up with 100 health. And call that a day. And sweet. So that brings us to our next chapter, chapter 9, but we are not going to be doing that tonight. As 4 hours of getting it to this point is nothing short of a miracle for me. And I definitely could not have done it without your guys' help. I really do appreciate that. That was definitely a problem I would never have figured out were based on the bug. So, bookmarking the end of chapter 9 before we go. And I will at least read the synopsis of chapter 9 before we go, because I think it's going to be the most interesting chapter yet, and for me, the most challenging so far. And I'm hoping the book is right. But, chapter, alright. And, alright, so chapter 9 is implementing game AI for building enemies. So we will finally be coding those suckers to do something besides run across. But to recap what we've done tonight and bring it into summary, we have coded in our health systems, figured out what we did wrong with your help, and now actually have enemies that can be damaged even if they can go through walls. And let me and ammo that does not go beyond, or that actually interacts with barriers and will destroy itself. I would code the enemies that way, but if I do that, then they are going to run into walls and destroy themselves all the time, and I don't want them to do that. At least not in the basic game mode, maybe in like a wacky game mode or something. And on the fixed docket for later on is definitely this little glitch here in the floor, which puts us in the pit of no return. But I may leave that there just as kind of a fun gag, but I don't know. I would need to put like a teleporter down here or something, but that's well beyond my current ability. But with that, though, we are going to call it a night. Let's find someone to pass the torch off to. Let's see. Who all do we have on? It was definitely a fun night. Let's see. Well, Zanfiel is playing Final Fantasy, so that he is definitely a high candidate on my list. Oh, a Pixel is doing D&D. Ooh, that is going to be fun. Skya is just chatting. As much as I'd love to rate Pixel, I think we are going to rate Skya. We haven't talked to her in a while. She's pretty awesome. So hold on just 1 second. Let me get that ready. And we will be back, not on this channel, but we're going to be streaming with Silinx tomorrow, I think, for a Hearts of Iron 4 event, which is going to be freaking awesome. I cannot wait for that, as I always love some Hearts of Iron, get some good strategy games. We don't see enough strategy on this platform. Alright, so with that, though, we are going to go right out to Skya, and to that, I'll see you all later. Good night, and take care, everybody. Bye-bye.